All right, let's see if that helps. I actually had an error in Streamlabs, and it said it was having trouble with connections, and I restarted it, and it looks like we're back up to normal. Yep, looks like everything is back to normal now. I'm not getting any reports of missing anything, and the Twitch bitrate is back up to the what I'm expecting it to be, so that's good. Yeah, I was dropping about 25% of my frames. Yeah, I have no idea what was going on. And then I stopped it and tried restarting my stream on Streamlabs, and it said it couldn't connect to Twitch. So apparently a Streamlabs issue. So anyway, for you guys, if you have not had a chance to do it yet, the Royal Match is still open. We've got about 7 days left in that. So if you get a chance to do Royal Match, or if you haven't gotten all the way up to 500 and want to give it a try, definitely give that a shot. It is a fun game, and every few hundred levels you get 20, 75, 125, 200, 300, 400, and 500 help me out a ton. And after that, I don't know if I'm going to take another sponsorship or what sponsorship I would take. Excuse me. I mean, I've got Monopoly Go as an option, Heroes Land as an option. I've got a couple of different options. Genshin Impact again, but that never seems to go over very well. So the Fleet Command did well, but Fleet Command did well once. I don't need to do it again. So we'll see. Okay, wake up. He blew up my horse. So, if you guys have takeovers you are interested in, I see Dark Sword is in the queue, so that's good. The queue is open to everybody other than Dark Sword. No, the queue's open for everyone. I will say I was a little surprised at some of the stuff I had problems with Marius, and I may actually have to film a small addendum to my Marius video. We'll see. I might edit something in there, but I suspect Marius was not as good in Hydra as I expected him to be, and I think some of it was because we just got the nerf where multi-hitters really kind of suck. and so he lost out on a bunch of extra damage as his third hit, while not bringing some of the other cool stuff that Wallmaster, whose I had replaced, did with this particular rotation. We'll see. The amount of damage I was losing was enough that I don't think that's all it was, so. He was still a stud. And if you want to see what I'm talking about, you'll have to watch the video on Monday. And if anyone has any shard pulls they want me to do, I'm certainly willing to do those. I have a staple of, what's it called? Staple of Pepsi available, because that's the important stuff. Not a sponsor. Yes. There we go. I should like that a little better. Hopefully that's actually still picking up good. Monopoly Go, I could certainly do. I think I'll have enough time to do that. Yeah, Monopoly Go has limited spots, so I may have to actually end the Royal one early if people are kind of done with Royal Match. We'll see. I'll look into it this week. If I do a sponsorship, it'd probably be on like Tuesday or Thursday. Yeah, I have no idea why you get 0 sponsorships, Dark Sword. You should be getting tons of them because, I mean, you're a streamer. And you've got a pretty big following, so. You just get so many extra turns. It's so fun. He just strips everything. Maybe try detaching your your account and reattaching it. I don't know. I have no idea. We're done with the arena? Yes, we are done with the arena. Awesome. Rip that. Running high on those guys. That Ascension out. Hey, Auntie, how you doing? Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to balance it a little bit too, as I don't want to just be constantly taking sponsorships because I know that can grate on people sometimes. But at the same time, I know people like to support me, and it's one of the free ways people can support. So, and the Monopoly Go one, let's just look at that one quickly. Monopoly Go one. Okay. So it looks like the Monopoly Go one is almost all reach levels, other than there is a purchase a $20 pack goal for me. which has got decent rewards, but for that's for you guys. But that I like I prefer ones that are free to play for you guys too, because I don't want you guys to feel like you have to spend. But it's also kind of nice in some of these, if you choose to spend, it's nice to get something back too. But we'll see. Maybe Monopoly Go will be the one. I haven't actually looked at Monopoly Go yet, so that'd be kind of fun. It is a casual board game, so it might be kind of fun. Maybe we can play with friends. Alrighty, so I hate that I can't do that. I want to be able to click on another one and keep on clicking on another one, and I don't like how I have to constantly do that. It's mildly annoying, but it's just something I never think of. But to be fair, you don't have to have 4 of the same champion, so I guess that makes some sense. All right, so Signy, let's upgrade you. Get you drunk. I don't need a Necro Hunter. There we go. Do-do-do. It's a legendary! Yay! Where am I getting towards getting this now? Yep. Okay. So one last thing to do. I feel kind of bad because a large amount of this fusion has been getting women drunk, but I guess it's the game. Or maybe these brews don't actually get them drunk. I don't know. It's not quite enough. Hey, Chomsky, how you doing? Happy Caturday. We'll do this one. Do-do-do. And then... Okay, was that still not enough? Not quite. One more champion should do it. So now we should give Nam some shout out because he is a streamer as well. Knows the game, likes helping folks out. Cool dude. Go give him some love. All right, so that, and I guess we're giving these. We're really running out of chickens here. If it makes you feel better, Dark Sword, I type at like 150 words a minute sometimes. I'm pretty, I don't know if it's 150, but I can hit over 100 when I'm in the zone. Although to be fair, that part of that came from playing text-based MUDs. You just needed to type fast because otherwise you couldn't like get things done or talk. Okay. Alrighty. So we got that done. That is awesome. So we can hop into Le Q and hit up a Dark Sword. What did you need, Mr. Dark Sword? Hydro Advice. Okay. We can do that. Let me... I actually don't have any energy, so I don't really need to do much of anything right now. Anything else I need? Curse City. Oh, yes. Look at this. Haha. I have him. I will have Carnage shortly. I'm probably going to wait for a CVC to pull him, but, you know, I'll have him. So that'll be fun. And I got to figure out what to do with him as well, because Carnage is Demon Spawn, I think. This kit's weird. Oh, he doesn't actually have the K. I don't know why I know why I keep putting the K there, but I don't know why I thought he had the K too. So, Carnage got the great aura, 33% speed in arena battles, which is great. Damage based on accuracy is weird, but okay, he needs a lot of accuracy. That's fine. 50% chance removing a random buff for the target. When an enemy hits this champion or an ally has a 50% chance to counterattack. So he constantly counterattacks, especially based on the debuffs. He's got this seal debuff for 2 turns, which I don't even know what the seal does. What does seal do? Two versions of Seal. Seal and Master Seal. The Seal debuff blocks effects from gear sets and masteries, except for stat boosts granted by artifacts and accessories as well as mastery that only boost stats. Okay, so he locks out some of the mastery stuff, as well as gear sets. So, for example, if somebody has an ignore defense gear set, they're no longer ignoring as that much defense. So you could actually really tank their ignore defense for damage, which is actually pretty impressive. That's actually pretty good. Master Seal is an enhanced version of this, which also blocks effects from blessings, except for stat boost. And won't affect things that are interesting. So that's not bad. It's not an amazing debuff, but it's... no, he does not kiss from a rose. That's an entirely different one. Is that a single target? That's a single target. Before attacking, swaps HP with the enemy, then steals all buffs from them. Also transfers all all debuffs from this champion to the target and places seal debuff the target. This debuff cannot be removed. That's right, this is a protected buff. It cannot be blocked. Resist the target has 50% or less HP. Then attacks on enemy 3 times. First hit places a block passive skills debuff on for 2 turns. The debuff cannot be removed. Second hit places block active skills. This debuff cannot be removed. So he's got some interesting lockout, and then third one steals turn meter. So basically, lockout, steal your turn meter. And then passive, each hit this champion deals some skills, has a 50% chance of applying debuff spread, taking 1 random debuff from the target and placing it on all enemies. So he can actually seal everybody if he gets the right hit. Whenever the champion kills an enemy, has a 100% chance of applying debuff spread, taking all debuffs from the target and placing them on all enemies, cannot be resisted. That's pretty impressive as well. Interesting kit. And then if we transform him, he's pretty cool looking on this form. I think I like this form look better. Attacks one enemy 2 times, heals his champion by 10%, 20% of the damage. He's attack and accuracy on both of these. That's nice. Whenever an enemy hits this champion or ally, has a 50% chance to counterattack with this skill. So he's got the same counterattack on this ability as well. That's interesting. Ignore shields, ignore ally protection buffs when attacking enemy under 1 or more debuffs, and unkillable when attacking under 2 or more debuffs. So if they have some debuffs, he can ignore things. That's nice. And then attacks all enemies. So it's got an AoE finally on this. Block revive on this. The target is killed by 3 or more different debuffs, places block revive on them. So they need debuffs on them, unfortunately. So he's going to get sheeped. He's got a lot of sheepage on him, or other people will be sheep on him. But also heals his champion by 30% of the damage dealt. Passive is champion's crit damage is increased by 1 for each 3 points of accuracy they have. Ignores 10% of the target's defense for each debuff they are under. That is pretty gross. So he actually might be a decent Hydra damage dealer with this too, because he'll ignore a ton of defense. He'll get a bunch of extra crit rate with that accuracy. He doesn't put a lot of debuffs up here, and obviously the block revive isn't particularly great for Hydra, but this as an AoE that would be ignoring possibly 40% to 50% of the debuff, of the damage, or the defense, I should say, because you've got 4 or 5 debuffs out there on Hydra. Could be a pretty nutso damage dealing ability. So I want to look up something quickly, and then we will hop on Mr. Darksword's account. Let's get Hell Hades up. Let's get the web browser up. Okay, so they think he's good in Hydra in that form, better in Doom Tower and Spider, interesting on this form. So strong damage, and it's attack plus accuracy. So it's literally attack plus accuracy, and that's a double. That's a pretty strong hit, because a 2.3 times attack is already pretty big on that. And then if you add in the and he's got a lot of attack too. And then if you well, that's the different forms, so that may not be quite as much attack there. And then you add the accuracy in there as well. That's a pretty big number. This is a double hitter. That's effectively, because this is effectively a double hitter. This is effectively a 4.6 multiplier of attack plus accuracy on the A1. This is a 7 multiplier on attack plus accuracy on the A2. And this is a 7.1. 7.1? No, 8.1 on this one. Yeah, that smacks pretty hard. He's a single target damage dealer is his biggest problem, and he relies on debuffs for some of the power for this one. And then if we change his forms, that is a godlike, even though it's got a lower multiplier, but of course he's got the high attack in that form, so that might be part of the issue. And then he's got, that's a 4 multiplier, but that's an all enemy. Oh, these are 2 AoEs, so this is why this might be more useful in Hydra. But yeah, it's a 4 multiplier, still solid for an AoE. And this is a double hitter, so that's a 5 multiplier and an AoE. That's pretty gross. Yeah, his big problem really is he seems to be super reliant on debuffs. but he doesn't provide a lot of debuffs himself in this form. So he's okay, but he'll be fun. So I will definitely grab him. I will be building him. I'll maybe do a video on him too, so that'll be kind of fun. All right, Mr. Darksword, are you ready? Awesome. All right, so let me find something else to do to make you wait more. You sure you don't want to save those for like those are good for saving for like CVCs or summon rushes, because in CVC, if you pull a mythical, it's worth a ton of bonus CVC points. But if you want me to pull them now, I can. It's up to you. I will not turn down a chance to pull your stuff. Giggity. Okay, I can do that. I'm pretty sure he's talking about his remnant fragments, not his primal shards. If he's pulling his primal shards, I'd actually tell him no. Do not pull your primal shards. The portal is glowing red. It's a rash. It's not really a 2x mythicals. All right, Chad. Let's get some prayers in to RNGesus. 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 Let's get some hype in chat. We've got the Pepsi. Polarium, we're watching you. You're going to bless this account. Probably with an epic, but it's going to be a good epic, right? I mean, Tyrell's a good epic. Oh, that that was really kind of lame, wasn't it?
This is going great.
You didn't miss anything. I mean, good epic, right? But well, I mean, if I recall correctly, let's go look at this too. What is the mercy on this? After 24 times, this 2.5 chance starts growing by 1%. I'm going to guess that you have not pulled 24 of these things, because I think very few people have pulled 24 of these things. And you're not clearing the Centranos every rotation, which is what you need to do to be able to pull almost 24 of those. But I don't think anyone could have, because I think you only get 2 of them per rotation. I will say good news that this rotation is easier. I think I posted in... Yes, I did. All right. Anything setting in here? No. Oh, that's right. This is the new dwarf. Arnon. Arnorn. Alrighty. So, Hydra. That's right. You're ineligible for, because you just changed into our clan. So, let's take a look and see what you've got. Solid, solid. Solid. Yeah, I mean, I think this team could do Nightmare pretty easily, actually. Let's just say this Nightmare, because you've got a Reviver, you've got a Reliable Provoker, who I think is in Relentless. Let's see, what is your Physics in? You're in Relentless, perfect. That's a pretty reliable, good, hard. That actually should do. All right, let's just take a look and see what you got. You've got a Mikage, so that'll help. Ooh, you got a Ninja. Well, you know what we could do here? Alrighty. I mean, Salad's a good damage dealer too, but Ninja is actually a top tier damage dealer in Hydra. Mikage's built pretty well. We may not need him anymore. What's your Uko in? It's right there. He's in cursed gear. Okay. That's not bad. What other provoking champs do we have? You've got a Dune Lord, huh? That's not reliable enough. Got a Molly, but I think Molly's in a different team. Yeah, Molly's in a different team. Okay, you've got two different. All right, you've got two different Ukos. So let's see what your Ukos are built like. That's Provoke, and that one's in Curse. That's fine. Uh, let's try one other thing with this team then. So this team is. So we set this up properly. You never gonna change. All right, so let's save that. I want to get rid of you. Did you get an ECMO? You got an ECMO. Okay. Oh my god, I need to rebuild your Venus. Venus is too slow. All right, let's take a look at here, and then NECMO. What are your NECMOs built at? So, NECMO first. NECMO's in that. He is not in Provoke. Would love to get him in provoke. We're going to lose some speed out of this, but we can probably figure that out. Okay, so let's see here. That's good. Hey, Bootman, how you doing? Yeah, I'll check you. I'll check and make sure she's not in Clan Boss. This is better. It's good. We'll be able to glyph him up a bit. 3-piece protection is good. All right, so I mean, you won't get the protection bonus anymore, but he's only throwing 1 buff up there, so that's not the big. Anyone's getting that anyway, so that's not a big deal. Anything that's equipped that I really need to throw out there? No. Because that gets me... You're not actually in 4-piece. You're only in 3-piece right now. I can't fit you in pinpoint. But the provoke helps a lot. Now, we lose a ton of speed out of this. But you're looking to use him in Hydra anyway, right? So that's not a huge problem. Because he's fine in Hydra with this speed. Especially once we glyph this up a bit. Because we can get another 15, 20 speed out of glyphs just from this. That's unfortunate, Bootman. I know some bikes you can still get the replacement parts for, just got to look around for it. Ah, that's right. Yes, that's why he was super fast. And that's not as big of a problem anymore, because obviously that dungeon doesn't exist. So we'll use that. Still farm some more ice golem to get... some of this speed back up. Get yourself some better provoke and curse gear. Come on. Thank you. Oh, come on. There we go. Bird raid? Okay, that's fine. And get some masteries from him too. Seriously, War Master on Necmo Thar will add like 3 to 5 million damage on a Hydra run because he's AoEing constantly, so you get War Master every time he AoEs. I mean, you want me to grab masteries? Okay, I can do that. I apologize ahead of time for this chat. We have a whale here. I mean, yep, yep, yep. Yeah, that's actually pretty good for him. And then finally, we'll get the extra HP. Okay, so we're at 241. Could be a little better, but this can get a big boy glyph. I said big boy glyph. We can't even roll that. That's fine. That's fine, chat. Nice. Okay, so now this team should be fine, other than we need to rebuild Venus if she is not in your clan boss team. And if she is in your clan boss team, we need to replace her. Not to say in your clan boss team, but in... She is in your clan boss team. She's your DPS and... Oh, you've got a... What is your clan boss team? Why aren't you running Mythfu? Why are you not running Mythfu? Okay. Okay, that's the Mythfu. That's not the team you ran. Well, okay, maybe you did, and I just had it backwards. Maybe I could be wrong. In fact, I think you were running it. I could be wrong. I could be an idiot, which happens. Yep, you are running it from Mythfu. Okay, that's good because that means that she's pretty easy to swap out. So. All right, so she is 265 speed. All right, let's go. Jedi. Wow, she's actually slower than she should be, as far as I can tell. That's fine. Okay, 291. 290. All right, Venus. You're 82. And you're 263. All right, so let's go find a different champion. So you don't have enough accuracy, so we'd like to decrease defense and weaken. Let's see, weaken and decrease defense. Oh, he's not a great option. Anax is actually a pretty solid option. As is Fane. I actually prefer an Anax. Let's build Anax for this. Okay, part of the problem is Venus is super fast. So Venus, naturally being super fast, you could have her slower, and she was, and that was a problem. So, all right, let's do this quickly. Ouch. Okay, that's our winner. Mildly tempting. Because that might get me the other stuff I need. Okay, this might be our winner, actually, because this gives us the accuracy we need to. Does he have masteries is going to be a question we're going to have to figure out. Run out of silver. As we do. Do we have masteries? We do have masteries. That is awesome. All right, in that case, we're in great shape, actually. So, presets. Right on. Okay, so what is the... That's an attack. That's not that exciting. So let's look for damage. We are going to be struggling with the crit damage, but if this works, that'll fix things. Fine giving up. Otherwise, we can certainly take a look for attack rings. No, I mean, well, we're 163 out of 169, which means literally I can glyph up 6 points of speed. That's easy. So we're in perfect change from that end, other than the fact I don't have silver. I assume this is going to be an accuracy. I actually don't need speed. I want attack percent, though. That's tolerable. Okay. Alrighty. Anything easy sell? Hey, I'm doing your work for you, dude. All right. This is worth purchasing as well. Okay, so let's go back into here. Go to your clan boss team. That up. Actually, got to get this to plus 12 will be a big deal. And then we can glyph some stuff up. So I need 6 speed. I need 2 speed. Perfect. Just pulled Hansel. Awesome, mids. Congratulations. That's awesome. It's a great ring. I'm actually not going to complain about going high on accuracy because he's useful in other places too. He's just not going to be super useful with the speed. But yeah, he should be perfect because he's a great DPS. He actually might outdamage your Venus. But we got Annex built and ready to go in your clan boss team. Let's just make sure I got the presets right up for him. There we go. No, he should be fine with Spirit Affinity still too, because the tune still looks like it's going to work fine with Spirit. The worst case is you might have to speed up Fushan, not Fushan, but Seeker slightly. But we can tweak that as you go. But that should still be a 1 key for you, because Annex does a ton of damage. He'll probably hit harder than Venus, and he'll bring all the other debuffs you want to. So do you have any spare keys? Let's just take a look at this. Okay. I'm going to grab this key and run your clan boss just because I want to watch it and make sure everything's okay. It was going to expire today anyway, so, you know, and you can run it later if I save it right. Let's not do a quick battle. There's the decreased defense and the weaken. That was fine. Why haven't we cleansed Seeker yet? There we go. There we go. And we are in tune. Oh, I need to fix his blessings too, because he's got the wrong blessing. That's right. His poisons are 3-turn poisons too, which is kind of nice. Which means they're going to slowly build up. Hey, David, how's it going? We're tweaking Dark Sword's clan boss team so I can use Venus and Hydra. Yeah, and our damage is ramping up a bit too, so I think we're in great shape here. I think the only thing I would like to do is I'd love to get some accuracy on Fushan, but that's probably not going to happen right now because you have no silver, dude. Oh, and you got Fushan with that. You need more accuracy. Okay. I don't want to do this. Close this. Yeah, then there's also the stupid put 6 pieces of zeal on somebody mission. That one's God was a struggle. The rest of it's all time sinks. Honestly, even the win live arena battles is a time sink. So, alrighty. Let's see. Damage or attack. The good news is those winning live arena battles will actually help you get those boots, hopefully. Nope, no other. I think I can slow him down slightly without a problem. Yeah, okay. I've got some playroom with this speed, so that's good. Not that much playroom though. Crit rate. Crit rate. What are you using Martyr for? Martyr? That I assume that a counterattack champion? Probably not much. Okay. Nothing. Perfect. I'm stealing her shield then. Because that, combined with the fact that I can glyph this just a little bit. Okay. I mean, we can rebuild Narder with something else. That's fine. I just, All right, let's see. Do you want me? Is it okay if I just run this as a quick battle? You will effectively lose the key, but we'll be done with it, and I don't have to sit through the entire clan boss. Otherwise, I can run the clan boss, but that's annoying. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to run it. I'm going to let it run manually because I want to just double check and make sure everything's working properly. Oh, I forgot something. Yeah, Wallmaster's awesome, isn't it? Fine. All right, let's get back into this account quickly. And to be fair, normally I don't do these long takeovers for this quick takeover stuff, but Dark Sword is a clan member. He's a mod. He's helped out a lot. And nobody else is in the queue. So this is your fault, chat. I mean, Rushing Rend is not great on a single target. Let's go check out your clan boss team here. So let's just see. Recently used first. Seeker's got cruelty. Perfect. Oh, he's got 6-star cruelty. That's awesome. That means for Annex, we're going to just want to change that over to Phantom Touch, because that'll just add more damage. Oh, hush you. Alrighty. All right, let's get this running. My Pepsi's empty. That's a shame. Yeah, this will work a little bit better too, because this means decreased defense and we should stay up a little more reliably. The only thing that NX does that's mildly annoying is he does put up the decrease accuracy. So if we're filling up the bar, that's a useless debuff against the clan boss. Hey Rhino, how you doing? Also, how you doing, Modern Thinker? Everything's looking okay. I hope so too. I mean, mine were less exciting if you saw my video, but they were polls. Yeah, we're already on pace to do as good as you were doing beforehand, if not a little bit better, because we're on pace right now to basically doing 1.5 the turns in millions of damage, which is going to be 75 to 80 million. And the only time you might struggle a little bit is magic, but in magic, everybody else is the right affinity for this, so we're in good shape. And magic, you're just going to basically be missing some of the poisons and the weakens occasionally. So magic might be the only one you might struggle with. And even then, Fushan bringing the brimstone will help quite a bit too. And as long as the damage is pretty close to what you were doing beforehand, you're in good shape. I mean, things that could help too, like if you can get another blessing, a level 2 blessing for Annex and what's his name? Fushan, or maybe even a level 3 blessing for Fushan, that would actually help a ton. That's an awesome, awesome weekend, Rhino. That's pretty amazing. Okay, no, we're really ramping up the damage. We're now almost 2 to 1ing. Yeah, and I think those long-lasting poisons help quite a bit. The fact that this is a 2 to 1 turn is going to help a lot with Annex. So, yeah, the Great Hall finishing is awesome. It feels so good when you do it. All right, I'm not going to finish this run because it's going to take forever. All right, back to Hydra now with no silver. Hi, Bandit. I just look here. You're not even done with this stuff too. So yeah, if you get you've got this done. This will add a little more damage to Fushan. That'll add a little more damage to Seeker. So yeah, the extra crit damage here will help finish that off too. So all right, Venus, let's get you something cool. You do actually do damage, so building you as a nuker is not the worst thing, but I think I'd rather do crit rate. Definitely going to need speed boots. Those aren't bad. Let's see what we can do. That's a ton of accuracy. That's not bad. I want some more speed. Get this. Can we get more speed? Maybe. Okay, she's already got probably a pretty good amulet. Yes, she does. Okay, so I don't need to replace the amulet. Could be enough. No. Okay, we're gonna just see if there's anything really easy to sell. Do for the most part. No reason to keep normal attack banners and air attack amulets anymore because you might keep a special set instead. So accuracy, we want the speed. Get the 12 speed. Wow. That is so bad. I'm almost interested in stealing this Deacon one. You're not using Deacon in any tuned teams, are you? Isn't Toshiro not Toshiro's not a skinwalker. Toshiro's a Shadowkin. No, Deacon's not your clan boss because you're running a Myth Fu. You do have 2 Deacons. Okay. We're stealing that for now. It's a decent chest. We will roll this up, see if we can get some more speed. No, we got more crit damage. That's not bad. This is actually a really good piece. Deserves a better speed boost than that. No silver. That's fine. We are still in much better shape than we were before with that Venus, and we can glyph her up her speed. You can glyph up the speed yourself. So yeah, so this is a good Nightmare team. This team should own Nightmare pretty well. This is a good team. Decent enough healing, decent enough support. You've got a reviver on the team, and you'll basically do burns. And the only thing you don't have is Hex on here, but that's fine. This team I think can do still brutal. You've got Hex on this team here, so you're fine. You got to provoke here. You've got another provoke there. And then on this team, you've got Mikage and Ninja will do a ton of damage. Venus will help you do some damage overall. For 6-star, Crushing Rend is great on the Rabbit. That's a good question. I think on this team, I would think about doing that, actually. In fact, on this team, I think I will do that. So which Newt is better? This is Newt number 1. That doesn't mean he's better. 220 damage, 242 speed. Let's look at the defense. Under 4,000 defense. Okay, no, this is the better Newt. And then Thor. Where's Thor? There he is. Thor doesn't need to be changed at all. You also have the decreased speed with Thor here on this team now, which is good. So I think that works well. And then if you got the debuff spread and you've got block buffs with Uko as well, you've got some other cursed and provokes there. I think this will work very well. Let's just make sure that Molly is set up properly. She is. You up to, Bandit? That's fine. That's correct. Only because you've already got Sulfurion for the Reviver. So I think having Vizix here and Nightmare should be fine. You could certainly argue which of these is your better Nightmare team. I think they're both solid. So basically, I would honestly probably run both of these on Nightmare and see how they run, and then basically pick whichever one's running better on Nightmare and then run the other one on Brutal. So, hey, Absurd, how's it going? We're having some fun so far. And then this is a good hard team, although this might be better than hard, too. This might be actually good enough to do Brutal. Basically, you've got the Necmo as your provoker. But because Necmo also has the ally attack, he's going to get a ton of extra attacks with the ally attack. I still think this team might be a little too slow for harder than hard. So I think this is a good hard team. But these should do some pretty solid damage, dude. You do have to finish rolling up some gear, but like you're out of silver, so. He looks built. I mean, he's a +1. I mean, you could certainly, I would roll this up. But he's built. But yeah, just finish rolling up his gear. I mean, obviously. And then he'll be good to go. And that's the thing, too. Just double check and make sure everybody's gear is actually rolled up on some of these things. So. Oh, I didn't think about that. That is a bit of a problem, actually. Let's see if we can swap this quickly. This might be okay. We're low on accuracy on the rabbit. I did not notice that. I think we're probably just going to go with this one and call it a day, though, because we lose a little bit of speed. But we can glyph that up. But just a little bit of speed is not going to kill him. You lose a little bit of damage, too, but that accuracy is going to be really important because this leech is super important. Yep, that's also another thing to worry about. Area bonuses. Not a lot, but we've got a little bit. So ignore defense is one of the best ones you can buy in Hydra. Extra crit damage doesn't suck. You can certainly use a little more accuracy, but your accuracy is mostly good. So we're going to go here. We'll grab a little more accuracy just in case. And yeah, then work on the speed and the ignore defense for the most part. Every once in a while, you may want to raise HP or defense or even attack a little bit. But these are the two that will add the most damage for you. So, get farming for some silver and finish rolling up your gear, dude. And you are all set. And with that, the queue is open. Red dot gotten. What did I finally finish with this? I'm just kind of curious. Okay, I did pass that pretty high. That's fine. I'm not going for this mythical ore. It's okay, but I don't need it. By the way, very important siege changes. The number of attack scrolls everyone's getting is going down quite a bit. So be aware of when you use your attack scrolls and be aware of if you're overkill for a particular fight, you may want to wait and let somebody else who's not overkill take that fight. I'm using him in... I wanted to use him in Hydra, but it turns out he can't replace my Wallmasters, at least in the current rotation. And it's possibly because of the nerf to multi-hitters. But he's still good in Hydra, but I built him mostly for Arena. Although he will probably end up in some of my Doom Tower teams just because he absolutely smacks, especially if I need AoE attacks. I do have a video coming out. I've recorded that, so it should be going live on Monday. But I have a video on the horse. But I've got him built. Where is he? I've got him built in lethal and pinpoints at 256 speed, 381 accuracy, 261 crit damage. I would like this crit damage to be higher. I cannot get this any higher, unfortunately, because I needed the crit rate on this. I needed blessings, really, to kind of improve him at this point in time. I got accuracy on that. I would like to have gotten speed on this. I did not, unfortunately. I did get crit damage on this, which is good. Yep, don't switch. Yeah, I haven't announced. I don't have the thumbnail for it yet. So we can do some live arena here, and I can kind of show him around a little bit. He is fun to use. Pineapple Republic, huh? Still, you two are the best to go. Particularly because not everyone has the horse, so it's. I mean, a lot of people do have the horse at this level, but it's kind of safer to wait on him for one turn. But not always, because there he goes. We'll do that. Alrighty. What do I want to do here? I could grab Necrit, which will protect my Odin, which is not the worst thing in the world. I could grab a damage dealer. I think I'm going to go with you. Now, the good news is I've got a lot of resistance on Encore. The bad news is he's got increased accuracy on his kit. So we'll see what we get. Didn't have enough accuracy. That's good. Because that means this might kill some people. I should have actually taken out the horse and irreparably blocked him, but I should have Harima go first anyway. Because I am way outspeeding all the other guys. And then I will kill the horse. And there we go. But the horse is a lot of fun. He's got all kinds of fun little ways he takes extra turns or counterattacks. It's kind of cool. All right, let's get my horse in gear. Hey, Imru, how you doing? And that someone stole my Odin, which is fine. So let's go with that. Ooh, fun. Yeah, I mean, it's always, it's you got to empower your champions. It makes a big difference. But yeah, it can definitely screw with your tunes if you're not careful. Someone stole my Georgiad. Jerks. And you banned my horse. Okay. Game over. Solo Necrit cannot beat that team. You can't get it back in tune? Well, you gained exactly 6 speed from an empowerment. Is it 6 speed or is it 10 speed? So you should just be able to drop a speed 10 from where it was, and you should be fine. But you also use Deadwood is the other thing. I don't know what clan you're actually running, but check out Deadwood's site and find whatever clan boss team you're running and use the tuner there to get it back in tune. Should be doable. We'll do that. Ah, the website still works. It's just harder to use. Well, if you want to hop in, especially if it's just a quick fix, if you know what clan boss team you're running, hop in the queue. I can take a look at it if you want me to. I should be able to fix it for you. Am I looking for you? And where's my horse? There's my horse. I need to mark my horse as an arena champion. But I don't need another damage dealer, so I think we can go with Necrit is actually pretty good because there's nobody here that's going to outdo Necrit specifically. I want to deal with Ramontu, actually. Okay. Hey, Bandit. All right, this will be interesting because if she does what I think she's going to do, yep, then Maria should counterattack. He didn't because of fear. Why didn't Intercept grab the fear? That was interesting. Yeah, I have no idea why Marius' Intercept didn't grab that fear. That makes no sense to me. I know. How they use my Georgiad against me? I really think, unfortunately, part of the problem is I'm trying to force the horse into battle, and he's not trained properly to be forced into battle. I don't know. I was going with an analogy there, and it just didn't quite work out right. All right, so I bring Georgia. He can't bring Georgia. Awesome, Imru. I did not, unfortunately. If you saw my video, it did not go very well for me for getting Mikage. And unfortunately, I did not pull any more sacreds. I'm actually kind of tempted to just start pulling ancients because I'm literally one champion away. But it's like, I'll get the extra HP. I think that will help. That means she can't stun me, which is good. She could still ally attack me, but kill you and kill you. This is crap. This is crap. This is crap. So that may not be crap. Yeah, it's still crap. Still think that's the best pick. I've been one away for 6 months now, at least, on my alt, which is very frustrating. And this is the first time I've had an event that was actually worth pulling on for this specific champion. And I just need Fur Gun or Fire Gun or whatever it is. We'll do the horse. Get Revivers for some extra speed. And then I may do Ancora or I may do somebody else. He already got my Ancora, so I can't do Ancora then. So if I go somebody else, who's a good option? Georgia doesn't suck, but Georgia's going to be exposed with this team. I think we're going to go to us all speed. Because I've got, that's right, I have 2 damage dealers here too, so we're actually in good shape. Now this way I have a speed booster either way and a reviver, so it's actually kind of funny. RB has kind of like fell out of the meta for like the high end arena meta, and RB's become kind of required and in many ways better than Sify because of her speed lead aura in arena. So she's seen a resurgence pretty heavily in the game. Love Marius. He's just so awesome. He's such a cool champ. Emerald, if you wanted me to hop on your account and take a look at your clan boss, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to hop on Live Arena on my other account because I can and show you what pathetic Live Arena looks like. I mean, what mid game. All right, well, hop in the queue. It is !Q space join, and then hit me up. Actually, you don't really need to do it, but hit me up in Discord. Or I see it. Yeah, I see you. And we can run the Shogun here because that's not a nice password. So mean. Why is my chat so mean to me? I actually need to go into Clan Boss so I can go into the Arcane Keep. You've got mod. That's interesting. There we go. I think I see your problem. Deacon's just is probably too fast. Maybe? Geo. Oh, Seeker is way too fast. That's your problem. Well, part of the problem. Let's see. Actually, he may not be. Yes, he is. Yeah. No, Deacon actually works at 187. The problem is Seeker is supposed to be 175, and his Seeker is 185. So that's a bit of that's the problem. fine. Got him in toxic gear, which is fine, but we need to... Hey, Dark Sword, how you doing? Thank you very much for the gift sub to David. That is awesome. Much appreciated. Thank you for gifting a sub. Okay, if we get rid of the accuracy requirements, what else can we do in this? Why is Seeker showing up here? Okay, let's check this again. Something is not going on here, right here. Oh, okay. Oh. Ew. Okay, just so everyone is aware, there is no reason to buy potion keep area bonuses ever. Because if you're struggling the potion keeps, you shouldn't be doing a lot of live arena in the first place. Potion keeps, never touch this. Faction Wars, honestly, probably never touch this unless you're really struggling to get Lydia. Ice Golem, fine. Fire Knight, fine. Dragon, okay, I guess. Spider, probably not needed, but I guess it works. Doom Tower, maybe, but probably not a huge thing. Iron Twins, once you get Iron Twins set, you never need this again, so I guess it doesn't suck. Demon Lord, okay. Hydra is where you should be investing. Hydra is where these different bonuses make the biggest bonus. So, okay, so there are no speed grade in Demon Lord. Okay, so I need to look at the speeds in content without speed increase. So what content do we have that's not got speed increase that I can actually look at? Okay, we're going to have to actually go into Clan Boss. That's fine. Yeah, Hydra and Curse City are kind of your top two. Everything else is just kind of as you need it, if you need a boost for some reason. Do you have an extra key sitting around somewhere? No. Imru, can I buy a key just so I can go into Clan Boss and actually tune this properly? Use gems. Perfect. Okay. That'll let me actually make a run, too. This would be good. All right, so Deacon is 281, so he's now probably too slow. Dio... too slow. Seeker might be fine. Demitha is 268. And Eris is 255. Okay, this is way off. So... okay, so she's fine. Demitha, 268. Is that too slow? That is. Okay, Demitha doesn't do enough damage to make it really worthwhile going with a cruel set. So if I lose the cruel set, it's not the worst thing in the world. So what are we looking for? Still not good enough. To be fair, we can take a look at just about anything and see what we can do. That's a little bit of extra speed. That is a lot of extra speed. We do lose the crit rate, which is not great. This will be good, I think, because I can then get this. How slow can she be? It needs to be at least 273, preferably 274. Can she be 275? Yes, you can. Okay. I'm going to use the bigger glyph because 3 to 5 is what we're looking for. Perfect. This will actually add some damage, too. It's kind of funny. That's fine. We're regearing a bunch of people. Oh. Would help if I actually, equip the gear. Ah. Gotta love when this does that. Pretty sure it was this and this, right? Yes. Thank you. Heiress is fine. Deacon is 281. Is that too slow? Yes, it is. Deacon's another champion that doesn't really get a lot of damage going, so missing out on crit rate or crit damage is not going to kill you. Because he does not hit very hard. It's a speed boot, that's fine. We can glyph a few things up here, but we need some speed elsewhere. That's too much speed. Actually, what we'll do is we'll do that medium and that high. If that gets us up to 287, is that too fast? That is not. Either Deacon or what's his name? Deacon or Seeker are good for cruelty on that. So that is pretty good. Let's just see if there's anything else here that. I think that's a better. Yes, that's better because that actually gives us the other stuff we need. He doesn't have accuracy. You're literally not landing decreased defense on him, which is one of the things that's actually more important than doing damage on him. Okay. Oh, this is easy. Done. There you go. He's fixed. Seeker at 272 is fine. Okay. This is your clan boss, Geo, because that's the one that makes sense, because that's the right speed. Geo needs to be faster, too. That's an interesting build. Geo doesn't do a lot of damage either, other than his reflect damage. So it's an interesting build, but whatever works. Actually, yeah, that's actually a good one. Empowering him would be perfect. Empowering him would give him 255, which is still not fast enough, but we can glyph. Nope, 255 is fine. We can still glyph him a little higher, probably, because I'm sure there's some glyph room in here somewhere. Like, that's got a little bit of room. That doesn't suck. That could be glyphed a little higher. But yeah, empowering him, I think, will get the speeds right. Hey, yes, Jack, how you doing? We are helping Imru retune his clan boss team, which got messed up. It looked pretty messed up for a while, so I don't know what's going on with that. But all right, let's run this not in quick battle and see what's going on. Seeker should go, Geomancer should go, and then the clan boss goes. And then we should be in tune at the end of this. Demitha, Eris, Deacon, Seeker, Seeker, Demitha, Geomancer, Eris, Deacon, Deacon, Demitha. I did fair. It's possible this was a different tune. There's a couple different tunes that this kind of falls into, but once one of them broke, you kind of needed to get it in tune however you could. Okay, and yep, we are in tune. So this is looking good. And I'm just going to let this run for a little while longer just to make sure this doesn't break. I think the biggest thing you could possibly do to make this clan boss team better, I mean, it's a myth air, so it's going to do just fine now, it looks like. But I would see if you can get a Fushan. And then if you can get Fushan, you'll certainly have to rebuild with everyone else. But you can get Fushan and you can throw another damage dealer in other than Geo. And I think you'll be a much more consistent one key. Well, here's another trick for you. If I just close the game, which is actually not that hard to do on mobile too, because you should be able to kill the process. So if you back out of the game on your phone and then close the game by killing the process, it'll stop your clan boss key and you can save your key and run it again. That way you don't use your key up. No, I mean it stops in the middle. Well, Yeah, I guess, yeah, that it does help if you're running the full key to see if it completes, so. I can build your wall master for you, sure. Yeah, especially if you have a myth error, you need to tune seek, and that's a problem if you've got a myth error or a myth foo absurd. You need to tune your seeker, so your seeker might need to be a little bit faster or a little bit slower, and that's where Clan Boss has a problem. This is actually doing pretty well though. Now, if there's an affinity boss, so that helps with Geo's damage a lot. But this might one key, so I think we're in good shape. Yeah, if that lets you make this into one key, you're in good shape anyway. But getting the Fushan team is so much better because it gives you so much extra headroom that you don't even need him in Toxic. I think mine isn't Toxic on my alt, but literally I'm doing like 120 million per key on my alt. Perfect. All right. I'm going to get off. I'll let you run that key yourself, and hopefully that solves your issue. Yeah, if it got to turn 10, it's not going to fall apart on this affinity. Obviously, you've got a chance for Spirit to fall apart still. But you should be okay, I think, with that tune. Alrighty. All right, David, you are up, but I am going to hit the restroom quickly, so I will be right back. It's not the issue is that Seeker needs to be a very specific speed compared to your DPS. So, what's your DPS's speed, Absurd? $188. You're not talking about Fushan. You're talking that wouldn't make any sense at all. You're not talking about Fushan. You're talking about your other DPS in a myth Fu, because that's a myth. That's a Fushan. We're talking about the fifth champion. So you got Demitha, Ares, Fushan, Seeker, and who's the fifth champion? Hey, Leggers, how you doing? $172. So that I think is too fast. That might be a problem, actually. So we're doing pretty good. Just helping out Absurd quickly doing some calculation seekers, 285. So, or 185. 185. Yeah, your DPS should be slower than should be 169. If you can your drop your DPS to 169 or speed up your seeker just a little bit, maybe I wouldn't speed up Seeker. So drop your DPS by 3 speed, Absert, and that should solve your issue on Spirit. Because specifically what we're looking at, let me go show you quickly. I'll shrink this down a little bit so you can actually read it. It's not the right web browser. Go. This thing here. This is where you're an issue. DPS can actually be too fast, and then what happens is Seeker and DPS will change spots. So just doing the quick calculation, which is not quite the true speeds, if you're 160, the non-true speeds were about had you at 169.5. So I would just aim for like 169. You should be fine. All right, I'm going to take a quick break because I would like to use the restroom. So I'm going to put Absert. We'll put you in charge. You want to say hello? No. Now is when you decide to be shy. Yeah, Nutcracker's pretty squishy, and if they don't have the shields up on Necrit, you can kill a Nutcracker through Necrit pretty easily. Yeah, that's one of the reasons that actually, I mean, a Stone Skin Necrit's not bad, but oftentimes having somebody with Bolster when you're using Necrit helps a ton as well, or somebody that can put up a shield quickly. Alrighty. There is David. Perfect. Alrighty. There we go. All right, Wall Master. Get masteries on him. Perfect. Right, let's just look at here. This makes sense. Other than I would double check. I don't like this on him because this only applies to his very first hit, which means he's never going to hit again in Hydra. I would rather have Life Drinker or Arcane Celerity to get additional turns when some of his debuffs, because he does throw some debuffs up, come off. So I would rather do that than this. Otherwise, this is generally pretty good. You want the Helm Smasher because you want him ignoring defense. He's killing stuff, so you want this. You want Master Hexer because you want that. All right, I can do that. That is easy to do. Do this. Again, we'll do this. Go. And then that's not a bad option. This technically isn't a horrible option because he'll basically keep on speeding himself up, but it's not going to help in Hydra. In Hydra, this is more likely to be interesting. And then probably this here. The other thing I could think of is this wouldn't be horrible because he constantly is buffing himself. But I think this damage will be better. So here's the question. Did you invest in Slayer Gear? Not really. Okay. Okay. So we cannot get him in 6-piece Slayer, so we're not. No, we need to get him in 6-piece Slayer to make it worthwhile because you need this ignore defense, and the turn meter is helpful as well. So we're not doing that. So that means we're going a classic damage dealer route. It's not the worst thing for him. We are going speed boots, however, because we can. Oh. Instinct wouldn't suck. Lethal would be great. We got a good lethal piece. We may end up going savage just because we're kind of hurting. Yeah, Slayer is one of the, especially for champions like this, or for example, Marius would actually be really good in a Slayer set if you can get at least a 6-piece on him. Basically, the all AoE champions do so much extra damage in Slayer just because even at the 6-piece level, they constantly get their turn beater boosted and they're doing 30% ignore defense. We could go Merciless as well if we can actually get enough Merciless on your character. Let's get this Merciless rolled up a little bit. Because we can get Slayer on you on 6-piece Slayer or 6-piece Merciless. Let's see. Any Merciless there? No. Okay, so 3 pinpoint will help with the accuracy quite a bit, which means we can kind of ignore the accuracy needs here a little bit. And we can see if we can go full-blown something. Okay, Savage suddenly got easier. Lethal suddenly got easier. Merciless still struggles, and we're not going to get 6-piece. So looks like we're going lethal, or that's not bad. This is going to be better. Hey, can we hit crit rates? We got a crit rate hit. That may be the right move, actually. I'd like to get attack percent if we can. Ooh, that's a nice chest. That is also a nice chest. Just want to see here. Lose a little bit of speed, a little bit of crit rate, gain from crit damage, and some accuracy. That's better. Awesome. This is a nice, nice boot for him. Alrighty, so we should be able to equip that. All right, so we got a crit damage of 261. We can certainly improve that with some ascensions as well if you could. 244 speed. You can certainly, again, get some additional ascensions. We haven't glyphed this up either yet, so. Don't mind HP. Let's just see. Do we have? We don't. Okay. I'll save the ascensions for later. I am going to glyph them up a little bit because that's still a big deal. We can do better than that. I said we can do better than that. There we go. That's already glyphed. That's already glyphed. That could use the accuracy glyph as well as the attack glyph. That I'm going to do a big glyph on this one. I kind of wish this had more accuracy, but, you know, this ring is not bad. We'll put the big glyph on that. There we go. And then with the accuracy glyph, and this is going to be a big accuracy because this is the right set for big accuracy. Don't need the big attack glyph on this. That's fine. So there you go. 245. In fact, if we go to Hydra battles, yep, 259. Lots of crit damage. Again, probably work on your crit damage bonuses for this as well. That'll help a ton too. Decent HP, good attack. He'll be kind of squishy to start with, but basically as he kills the heads, he'll basically, this passive here gives him a ton of extra HP. So he'll actually get 50,000 extra HP. So he'll end up with, you know, 87,000 HP once he kills a couple heads. So makes him absolutely nuts in Hydra because he's so tanky too. And again, he's still useful for other stuff too. I use him on wave clear for faction wars, for example. He's a decent wave clear on some other stuff. Yeah, this passive, I think people don't understand how cool this passive is. Max HP increases by 20% for each enemy killed or Hydra head decapitated by this champion, stacks up to 50,000. It's a massive, massive HP for survivability. Yeah, and the rest of it's just booking him up. And what I would recommend doing is when you set him in Hydra, let's just go into a key somewhere. Oh, that's him right there. Make this his number 1, and this is number 2. And the reason you do it that way is this is a 4-turn cooldown, will eventually be a 3-turn cooldown. This is a 6-turn cooldown, will eventually be a 4-turn cooldown. But basically what it means is if this is on cooldown and this is not, he'll do his extra turn, which might mean he gets this off of cooldown and gets a chance to attack with it. So this will get off of cooldown faster if you do it this way. Whereas this, because it's on a 4-turn cooldown, if you prioritize this, he'll only regularly do that. He'll do that regularly before the Falcon shot, but the Falcon shot may not be on cooldown, so he'll give himself the extra increased accuracy, increased speed, increased attack, but he doesn't need them because he's got plenty of accuracy already. And, you know, he'll be pretty good. So, it really depends on where you want to use her, Imru. The front end of her is the PvE version. So that's where you're going to use for Hydra. That's where you're going to use for Fire Knight. The back half of her is for Arena. So if you plan on using an Arena, that's the one you want to book because that's where you get other stuff. So, yep, no worries. He'll still be a beast. And honestly, he's still usable in this form. But this is even more important to prioritize like this right now because this will be a 4-turn, occasionally a 3-turn. And this is not super important other than it reduces the cooldown on this because, yes, he does additional damage occasionally. But this is nice, too. He basically gets his turn meter boosted from this as well. So we'll save that. But yeah, he will definitely help you. He will be cool. Odin. I did not think of using Odin in Hydra. I would not have thought of that, actually. Because Odin does the decrease... Well, he does do the cleansing, the remove debuffs, and he does decrease defense, although you've got a Krisk in here, too. I don't know if I'd use Odin in this. I would think... we'll tolerate you, Mass. How you doing, Mass? Welcome, welcome. I would think about another damage dealer in here instead of Odin, or maybe you got some decent healing in here actually, so that's not too bad. Yeah, that's true. The damage in the strip is still nice, so it's I guess it's not too bad. So if it works out for you, it works out for you. Otherwise, I would think maybe something like a. I'm just trying to think. Hmm. It's a shame you don't have another block D-bus champion. Well, you do got block D-bus there, so actually that doesn't deal with the. Like, for example, Mikage and Ninja are actually a good combination to use. So that would be an interesting option. Although you've already got this Toshiro Mikage team. Never mind, you've got Toshiro Mikage. That's a better option. So there you go, David. That's Wallmaster. So yeah, he's great too because he gives the block debuffs too, so you can do all kinds of fun stuff with him for the dock debuffs. But he is built for a Slayer set.
What you doing?
Hey, appreciate the follow, Mass. Welcome, welcome. So awesome, dude. You have a wonderful, wonderful day. I do need to go check on something quickly, so I will be right back. I'm running a quick ad. David, you're in charge. And anyone else wants to hop in the queue, you can. Otherwise, I will do some live arena on my main or my alt. Alrighty, alrighty. We are back. That's Jack. Awesome. I can build a champion for you. That sounds good. Hit me up in Discord. I'm in the middle of making some of my homemade chicken soup, so I wanted to check on that. I had to clean off a few things and to make sure that it was not going to turn off because it's been cooking a while. While I am waiting on that, though, which one are we looking at? So there he is. Okay, he hit me up. We're good. All good. Ooh, building a Kymar. That's awesome. Do not have. Okay. Ooh, nice. That's awesome. Just to show you on, I've got two of them. So, while we're waiting for S-Jack. So, I've got both of mine are in Slayer. So, mine is significantly slower than yours, but he's in Slayer, which helps his speed quite a bit. So, 286 crit damage in Slayer. And this one's even just a little bit slower, but again, he's in Slayer, so what that gives me is the 30% chance of the 30% decrease or ignoring defense, which is better than 25, and he gets basically 20% additional turn meter every time he attacks. So they're not perfect. And in fair, some of the reason they're not perfect is because like I have to deal with this. And I haven't ascended this yet, so I should actually do that. And I didn't get crit damage on this either. And I didn't get speed on the boots. So I've got room to grow this build. Let's go deal with this one. Because this one, wow, I'm missing on both of those too. Interesting. Yeah, I got to re-roll some of those. So that's fine. All right, we are off this account and onto S-Jack's account. Oh, perfect. Uh, I didn't grab a drink. Shame on me. Alrighty. So we have a Kymar to build. Kymar is usually pretty easy to build. And I guess the only question I really have for him, and the answer is probably you're not going to use him like this. Do you want to use him in Arena as a reset champion to counter lockout champions? I would not recommend this because this is the build that's the least useful in every other piece of content. Otherwise, you basically build him hack. Ooh, we got a Discord ticket. Interesting. No, so no, not as a lockout counter. Perfect. Okay. Let's see. That's the link I'm looking for as well. Perfect. No. No. Perfect. All right, so let's. Sorry about that. We now Kaimar. You have a Kaimar. He is level 1. That's fine. Does he have masteries? Does not have masteries yet. Okay. So you've gone. I'll show you my masteries I have on my Kaimars afterwards. Generally, what I would do is I would actually not go offense tree just because the arena stuff is super powerful on him. But again, it's not the worst thing if you end up the War Master. But if you're going to use him in arena at all, getting Eagle Eye is going to be a huge help for you because that extra 50% accuracy will make the difference between whether or not he works. But for a general purpose build, we want him super accurate and super fast. So we're going to start here. Don't have a lot of pinpoint, but we do have some pinpoints. So we can do this. Let's see what this one does. That's not bad. This one could be better. Yeah, pretty much. My fast Kaimar is like 298 or something like that, and 550 to 600 accuracy. And my high accuracy Kaimar is closer to only 270 some odd speed, but it's got 750 or 800 accuracy. I may end up with that instead, just because that might be more accuracy. And to be fair, I haven't rebuilt them in ages, so. All right, so now we're going to look for an accuracy banner with speed. Demon Spawn, and that is a winner. I don't really need to look at the other ones. That's just so good. Priority stats. We're going to look for the highest accuracy. Not a big fan of going crit damage if I can avoid it, but it's not the worst thing. And that's a lot of extra accuracy, so we may just live with that. Speed boots with accuracy. We're going to look for perception and pinpoint is what we're looking for. Those could be better, but they're not the worst in the world. No pinpoint, so that's probably what we're looking for. Hey, Olive, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Definitely going accuracy there and speed. Impulse is an interesting thing on him because I may see if we can fit this on him. Because losing the stats. Oh, that's okay. Wait, I think this really wants to be on him. Losing a little bit of accuracy to have his reset is pretty awesome. So we're doing pretty well. We're building a what's his name? Kaimar for S-Jack. So okay, so let's go see what other do we have any other impulse anything. No, we don't. That's unfortunate. I may still try that just to see if that works. Just because I can tell you that that free reset can be like super amazing sometimes. All right, let's see here. Perception is the next option. That's what we're going to do is we're going to priority stat. We're going to make both of those medium. It'll generally find us some balanced stuff. Not bad. Okay, that loses some accuracy. That loses a little bit. That gains some accuracy, loses some speed. I really would like to... Oh, we're not rolled up on the speed boots. That's part of the problem. This will help a ton. There we go. Now we're talking decent speeds. Okay. That's actually nice because that's some extra speed. And we lose some accuracy, but not a lot. So it's not that bad. Nothing feral. That's unfortunate. The feral would have been another option as well. Perfect. Yeah, it's a hard thing to transition into, but sometimes the sets actually help you with the stats too. And that's like one of the reasons I'm looking just at the perception and whatever else for a Kymar. But literally everything here is helping with the stats. All of these sets are stat sets other than this impulse one. Yeah, I mean, 550 accuracy isn't enough in some of what I'm fighting either, because in the higher end levels, it's 750, 800, 900 accuracy you need, which is absolutely nuts. And is that feral? That will lose some... That doesn't lose everything that I was worried about, and that gains us so much more. So we're going to try that then. That's fine. All right, I like this. So we'll get you at the plus 12 because that could hit HP percent there. And if it doesn't, which gives us useful stats, that can't hit maneuver accuracy. This could roll accuracy, which could be good. No. So we'll leave these at plus 12 right now. Obviously, you can continue to roll these things up for more. But one of the things we were going to do as well, I'm not going to use your speed glyphs because your speed glyphs are certainly missing. But we can certainly accuracy glyph some of these. Some accuracy here. I really wish this had rolled accuracy instead of attack, but that's fine. This is getting a big glyph because that's just amazing. That sucked. There you go. 460 accuracy, and we could certainly ascend this chest and this banner to get more accuracy. Plus, you have some masteries that will give you a little more accuracy as well. And then overall, you're in great shape. Kymar is also a weird one where people will tell you to book him, but you only get 1 turn cooldown off of this book, and you only get damage and 2 turns cooldowns off of this. So depending on how you're using him, he works fairly well without books. And like I would rather book a nuker. I've got 4 Kymars. I use all 4 of them. I only have 2 of them that are booked. And for a while, it was only 1 of them was booked. But basically, yeah, this is a 7-turn cooldown, bookable to 6. That 1-turn cooldown doesn't help you that much in a really, really, really long fight. Now, what it can help you with now, though, is because you've got this 12% chance to reduce a skill cooldown, and then make sure you get this extra 5% cycle of magic, you could find yourself occasionally getting your skills reset a little more often, And that can be a lot of fun with this. So eventually it may make sense to book him. But I wouldn't rush to book him right away. Free girl, renegade armor, nice. They're never going to because it's a void. I think it's a void legendary thing. So, and to be fair, Yumiko only does a 3-turn, whereas he does all skills every level other than himself. But I think Yumiko. I think the thing is that Yumiko's 3-turn cooldown is effectively everything reset for most champions because very few champions have more than a 4-turn cooldown. But congratulations on Kymar. He is awesome. And at those speeds, he should help you just about everywhere. And so the other thing that's kind of fun about Kymar, too, if I can go find him. Where is he? He's level 1. There he is. And I don't think a lot of people realize this. He fills turn meter by 20% on this skill as well. So he's actually I've actually used him as a speed booster in Dark Fae before. So he can be useful in Dark Fae for some of the Centranos floors as a speed booster. And I don't think a lot of people know that. I mean, to be fair, you could also just sleep everybody and be done with it too. But the turn meter boost is actually a little more consistent than lets people just nuke them down. And you don't have people waking up and taking turns otherwise. So there you go. That will be a general use Kymar. Should be pretty good. You are all set, my friend. And hey, don't complain about your account or anything like that. You know, you got to make progress and use what you got to use. So just to kind of show you, and I'm fin this. Close this. This is my alt. So this is the only Kymar I have in the alt. But basically, you're almost as fast as this Kymar. Your accuracy, excuse me, your accuracy is a little low compared to mine, but for the most part, just fine. And I haven't ascended a lot of the gear, so that's part of the issue too. And I could probably rebuild him. And that's why I like the, excuse me. Ugh. So, let me check something. I'm going to check something out in a second. I'll get to you in a second, Absurd. But I like this cooldown because literally the 5% chance of event skill cooldown leads literally I can reset and sometimes reset a second time. It's pretty gross. And he will probably never take this ring off unless I can figure out how to make him better with other gear. And I probably could make him faster. Just I probably have better chests than this now. I might have better other stuff. This is only a 5-star shield. And I don't even have accuracy on this. So yeah, I could probably do better than what I've got here on this build. It's just kind of an old build, but it's been perfect for me on this account. So, and I think that one's booked. I don't remember if that one's booked or not. Actually, I should go check him. Yeah, this one is booked. So it's not the worst thing to book your only Kymar, but he's not like the high priority book either. Awesome. All right, so Absurd asked me a question. I'm going to throw this up. All right, so web browser. So he asked me if he has the roster to do Shadowkin Faction Wars? And the answer is yes, he does. Because you've got a Taragi. Make your Taragi 6 stars, and Taragi will carry you through Faction Wars. He is that hard of a carry. But you've also got a ninja, so you got a damage dealer. Zenogre is actually really good against the boss because she does some of the turn meter control stuff, which will be great. Genbo gives you some damage. I would probably, however, build Burengiri will be very good for you. So Burengiri, Taragi, Ninja, Zenogre, and then that's a Kunoichi, not a Kinagashi, if I recall. I don't see a Reviver, so I might think about bringing Gamaran, believe it or not. Gamaran gives you a margin of error where you can lose one champion and still win. So it's not the worst case scenario to bring a Gamaran. Otherwise, Kunoichi, I guess, isn't too bad. But yeah, Ninja will help control and do a bunch of damage. He'll kill the boss for you. And then Zenogre's got a bunch of speed for you to control. And Taragi's ally protection will be huge for you. So, yeah, I think you can do it with this team. Might take a couple tries, but I think you can do it with these 4 champions and either maybe this one as the 5th to help with speed boosting, or maybe a lot of healing is the big problem you're kind of missing. So Gamaran for healing wouldn't be too horrible, as would a Hotatsu, but I don't see an Hotatsu, so or the Kunoichi would be good for the revive. Yeah, the Taragi, it's called the Taragi cheese. I wouldn't have called it Taragi cheese, but Taragi is an absolute beast of a champion in this faction. So well worth the 6-star on almost any account. Honestly, he's a great champion anyway. You could also build him in high resistance and high regeneration gear, and he'll solo the Scarab cost for you too. So you can do all kinds of fun stuff with him. Perfect. All right. Rhino, do you want me to get that taken care of now? I just got my alert for that. Perfect. Perfect. We'll do this live right now then. So Rhino has actually purchased a takeover, so that is awesome. So let me hop on his account, and we will do a gear cleanse for the rest of the stream. And I'm going to close the takeover queue. And again, guys, if you get a chance, do the Royal Match. We're winding down towards the end of that, and I've actually had now a request to do the Monopoly Go. So I may actually end that on Tuesday and start the Monopoly Go takeover or stream on Tuesday then, or maybe Thursday. We'll kind of see where you guys are at with that. All right, so let's get out of S-Jack's account. Add Yeah, unfortunately, I only get it doesn't help once level 500, but it's a fun game. It's an awesome. I've been playing it since I finished over 500 on my account too, and I play it regularly. Just now need to chill a little bit. Sometimes it's a nice unwind before I go to bed type thing. Sometimes it's a nice I'm sitting in a doctor's office waiting for something, so it's a good passive game. All right, so how bad are we? Oh, we've got all kinds of fun stuff here. All righty. All righty. So, first off, there is at this point in time no reason to bother rolling up life gear. If you're moving into the end game, there's no reason to be dealing with life gear. There are so many sets that are better than life gear that you collect daily that are just so much better. And specifically, the immortal gear you get from Clan Boss just outpaces life and usefulness to the end game. And then, yeah, that's not a particularly great thing worth keeping. Same with the offense set. Basically, you want extra damage, you're going to be doing something other than the offense set. So you could maybe argue, well, this is a 5-star too. And honestly, I would move away from 5-star almost entirely if I can. Yeah, I don't know who's in our clan is active and who's not Dark Sword. You can certainly look around. I don't know if it tells you that or not, but uh anyway, crit rate again, in the end game you should already be able to hit this crit rate without a problem, or you're using pieces like lethal gear, or you're even using things like Slayer or what's it called? Merciless to get that crit rate. So that's an easy sell. I generally don't like keeping accuracy gear late in the game because it's so easy to craft perception gear that your perception gear is just flat out better than accuracy gear. Plus, since you can craft it, you can kind of tweak it a little bit. But even if you don't tweak it, you can just craft so much of it. I mean, I can craft 500 pieces of perception gear per CVC if I wanted to. That's how much you get of it. It's really kind of gross. So resistance gear doesn't really have a good use in the end game, unfortunately, anymore either, because resistance has just consistently been nerfed, particularly with mythicals. So I would not bother keeping resistance gear. I'm not a huge fan of lifesteal gear, but if this stuff is good, it's not the worst thing to hold on to, especially if you don't need to get rid of. This is not worth keeping, however. I mean, it's okay, you got the extra speed and resistance, but not a great piece. And if you're building a high resistance champion, you're often building them in specific sets because they also need to be in stone skin or protection gear or something like that. So you kind of need on set for non-damage pieces. That could be rolled, but again, I probably wouldn't because it's just not worth it. Resistance, you don't need resistance nuking gear. That's not a good piece. That's not a great piece. Yeah, no worries. You can certainly wait until afterwards, too. Just do not kick the person named Kat with K-A-T, because that's my wife. I don't like Fury, so I would probably get really hard on Fury. Dave's set, there's really almost no reason to keep the Dave's set unless you have something absolutely, utterly amazing. Like, this is not bad. This has got speed, you got a lot of accuracy, and you've rolled the crit damage on there. That's maybe worth keeping. That's got crit rate on it. That could be usable. This has got crit rate and attack on resistance. Not particularly great. Yeah, KAT, yeah. Frost set, I generally don't think has got a lot of use in the end game, but there are worse. Frenzy just is absolutely gross. Frenzy's set is absolutely horrible. Do not use Frenzy. Those boots are okay. In fact, we're probably going to get rid of some of this stuff as well. Because what you're looking for in Frost Gear is you're looking for speed and defensive stats. Because Frost Gear means you're being hit occasionally. Hey, Brandon, how you doing? Chat, go check out JKG Brandon as well. He's an awesome dude. What are you up to this weekend, dude? We'll get anything that's not rolled up sold for now. I don't like immunity set anymore because if I'm going immunity set, you've got Feral, which is a better immunity set. You've got the Scarab Boss set, which is a better immunity set, although not a great one either because it's resistance too. But it's usable. And then you've got Stone Skin. And honestly, I'd rather put 4-piece Stone Skin than 4-piece immunity on almost every champion in the game. So I'm going to probably start selling any of the unrolled gear in this for now. And we can probably go through and trim the rolled gear. But I don't think immunity is worth keeping anymore towards the end game either. Shield set has some uses, but probably not particularly great. I would certainly work on weeding this out, and I will certainly look at weeding this out. Relentless, it's hard to throw away Relentless, but at some point in time, you may need to start muling it on champions. Savage. I'm doing the quick cleanse here first, and we'll go in the deep cleanse. Destroy is another piece of gear that really is not super useful anymore. So I struggle to even find a need to ever put it on anybody, but for the most part, it's going to be nuking or nothing pieces. Definitely not going to keep 5-star gear. Even that one. That's not that great. That's definitely not that great. And we definitely don't need nuking resistance gear. So we may be actually getting rid of most of your destroy gear. And again, Rhino, if there's anything that you're like saying, no, don't get rid of it, let me know. I can stop. That's the advantage of doing this live, is you get a chance to kind of tell me to stop occasionally. Okay, accuracy and crit rate on crit damage gloves, not bad. Crit rate on crit damage gloves, not bad. Perfect. It may not be a bad idea to keep a destroy set available for 1 or 2 champions as well. So this is not horrible stuff to keep. Toxic is useful for clan boss when you're struggling with clan boss to get the 1 key. Once you get the 1 key with your toxic, there's almost no use for toxic in the game because poison just is not good anymore. So we'll get rid of all your unrolled toxic gear for now, and probably your 5-star gear. Provoke could be good. Retaliation is in a weird spot. I like retaliation, but I've started selling all my retaliation anyway because I just don't have room for it, and I find I'm using attack sets better than retaliation, and I'm just never looking at retaliation anymore. So your mileage may vary, but they need to be nuker pieces, so we'll go through that a little bit more in depth. Avenging is just absolutely gross, so unless these are absolute amazing pieces, Avenging is an absolute easy sell. I'm not seeing anything here that screams this is an amazing piece, because Avenging is just bad, because you don't receive debuffs anymore. There's few bosses that do debuff you, and oftentimes they stun you. So it's just not that exciting. Stalwart I would be picky with, so I'm probably going to get rid of your 5 stars here. It's got some uses in the end game, but not a lot of them. So I've started selling all my Stalwart gear because I just don't find it very useful anymore. We'll take a look at Reflex. Reflex is pretty good. Curing is horrible. Don't do curing. We'll take a look at that. I really don't like the divine. The divine sets are okay-ish. And that. The divine sets are okay-ish, but again, you're not going to, if you're putting a nuker in somebody, unless you specifically need the shield, you're putting a nuker in something that gives you more than just 15% attack. Yeah, but I mean, for example, you could use it on Cornelia for some of that solo, but most of the stuff that she can solo, you can build another champion with basically regen gear and solo with that other champion instead, and then you don't need the toxic. But yeah, I get that toxic has some uses too. I find it's not something I grab in the end game that often. And when you start getting picky about what gear you want, like that could be okay. That's not bad. Okay, the fact you've kept some nuking pieces is good. Don't know where you're at with crit damage gloves. I like that one better than this one, so I'm going to get rid of this one. Maybe. Same with the crit rate, though. Just not good. Same with Divine Life. Divine Life is just trash. Divine Speed, better have speed on it, or else it's not worth keeping, just like Speed Set. Ah, yeah, that makes some sense. These are weird for some progression, so I'm not going to trim those down. You can certainly look at your resilience at some point, but we're just trying to get the quote-unquote easy stuff. I sell all my Affinity Breaker, but there are uses for Affinity Breaker now. So I'm not a fan, but I've actually been farming some Affinity Breaker to make at some point in time because it can be helpful on some champions in Hydra. Particularly Ukos and Affinity Breaker is not a bad option. Same with Ninja and Affinity Breaker if you want to use them on Sand Devil 25, but honestly, I just use Newt. Bloodthirst has the same problem that what's its name has. Lifesteal does, other than the fact that it does have better crit rate, so it's not too bad. But there are better things to farm than Bloodthirst, so I don't farm Bloodthirst. Specifically, Guardian is better, Fatal is better, Affinity Breaker is usable, maybe. Fortitude. I wish this would be more useful, but they've nerfed resistance so much, it's just kind of hard to use. Definitely farm up your lethal, that's worth it. We will go through your protection, because protection needs speed. Not a huge fan of Defiant, but it's a limited set, so I'm not going to trim the limited sets too much. Generally, I don't keep anything supersonic if it doesn't have speed on it. The only thing on Feral I would trim is I would look and see if any of these are flat stats, and if they are, I would re-roll them, and if they still re-roll flat stats, then I would sell the bottom rows. Otherwise, I'm keeping all the Feral for the moment because it's a pretty decent 9-piece set, and you need more pinpoint. You don't have enough. All right, so that's the first easy pass. And in fact, what we can do... Okay. That's flat defense. That's not good. That's not great. That could be okay on this account. Not bad. All right, so now we're going to go back to speed. Speed better have speed on it. If it doesn't have speed, it's crap. Because if you're throwing speed gear on somebody, you're generally looking for speed. It's just kind of the way things go. That one may be an exception because it's got crit rate and crit damage on attack percent. That's got speed at least. Okay. Crit damage, we are looking for attack and damage stats. So we're looking for crit rate, crit damage, speed. Accuracy doesn't suck. This is a usable piece. I would think about re-rolling this piece actually though, because while the accuracy is great, I would rather that be speed or something else, or crit rate. And without crit rate, this is going to be a hard to use piece, especially because it only has a little bit of crit damage. But that's a piece worth re-rolling. That's a really good piece. That's a good piece. Good piece. Tolerable piece. I would think about selling this just because you've got... Yeah, I think I would sell this piece because you don't have... Unless this rolls crit rate as the plus 16, and even then I don't think so. No, not worth keeping, not worth keeping. That could be okay. That could be okay. That's got some crit rate mythical, not bad. Maybe, but if this, I would roll this to plus 8, and if you hit resistance or defense, this is a sell. Particularly if you hit resistance more than once on this, that's not a good piece. That one, maybe you might struggle to use it, but it's speed at least. That's not bad. That's a sell. Crit rate could be okay. And this is where rolling some of this stuff up will help, but you're going to have a lot of silver in a minute, so that'll be good. I wish this had speed. Really, crit rate gloves are hard to use without speed, but if this hits crit damage a couple times, this still could be good. Resistance is not worth keeping in nuking gear. Resistance, there's no such thing as a resistance nuker, period. There is no nuking champion that also needs resistance. So resistance nuking is just not worth it. Well then, good. You've got plenty of stuff to re-roll, so roll up stuff. So that'll be great. Now, on the other hand, accuracy nukers, that can happen. Cold Heart, accuracy nuker. Carnage is an accuracy nuker, actually. I would roll this to plus 12 and see where it's at. In fact, we'll probably do that quickly. Okay. Crit damage mythical, not bad. Crit damage and crit rate, not bad. Crit rate, not bad. That's a sell. Crit damage and attack percent on speed, that's good. That's a sell. Okay, so if this misses crit damage on both of these, it's trash. It's trash. This one, we're going to go plus 12, and... I don't like this piece, but you don't have a lot of chess pieces, so I'll hold on to it for now. Are you okay with clearing out your accuracy because you should be able to craft a ton of perception? Or do you want to keep this accuracy for some reason? Nothing here is screaming this is awesome. Cool. All right. We already talked about lifesteal. We've talked about days. Generally, cursed is a Hydra set. You're going to want speed, possibly accuracy, but exceptions could be for things that are going to nuke like this, because you may want to build a nuking cursed champion. Seems weird, but you may actually want to do it. That's got speed. That's got accuracy at least. I'd prefer speed over accuracy. This is worth re-rolling, because while this is not bad, you're not going to use the hex set version of this. So I'd re-roll this and hope you can get speed or accuracy on that. That's got some speed. That's got some speed. That's got some accuracy. Ideally, we prefer speed and accuracy. That's not bad. There's a nuking piece. Okay. Not doing too bad here. That's a decent nuking piece, although I may even think about re-rolling this one too, but that's a lot of damage, so. That one's okay. That's okay. That could be good. Tolerable. Speed. Crit damage. I'll have to look at crit damage gloves at some point, but That's got speed on it. That's not bad. That's got speed on it. I'd prefer speed boots, but if they have speed, they're at least a chance to roll it. So that's not bad. Those were pretty good. You know what? We're just going to clear out this frost gear. I just don't see it being used. Especially because part of the problem with frost gear, it's a 4-piece set. I'd rather have frost bite than frost gear, just because it's a 2-piece set. It's a lot easier to fit on somebody. All right, regeneration. You're generally looking for speed and or HP. Nukers in regeneration do exist, but they're not a big thing. So sometimes if you're getting super full, but you're not, I might start clearing out. Like this piece, I may not actually keep on my account, believe it or not, because I'm not building regeneration nukers. But they're not enough of an anomaly that I wouldn't hate this. This has got speed, so that's not bad. That said, this, you've got better pieces already, so not worth keeping. Yeah, these are all better pieces than that piece we're selling right now. That's a 5-star, not worth it. That's a 5-star. That could be good, though, because accuracy and resistance, good in here. Regeneration being a support set means you want speed, means you want resistance, means you want accuracy, means you might want HP, particularly for regeneration. HP is more important than defense. That's kind of your big 3 or 4 stats you're looking for in this. But defense doesn't suck on regeneration because it's still a defensive stat. And you're looking for tanky champions in this, so that's not a great. That's okay. That's not good. And then generally, depending on what you're looking for, resistance and attack stats don't mix very well. So I think I'm actually going to sell this one just because, oh, we'll see what it rolls. Roll this to plus 12, and okay, we missed resistance, so that's actually possibly a keeper. Maybe. Really wish this had speed, though. And speed is, and the part of the reason speed is important on regeneration is regeneration requires you to take turns. So if your champion is too slow to take a turn, regeneration doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter if they're healing. If they're not healing fast enough by taking fast enough turns, they're just going to die anyway. So that's part of why speed tends to be super important on regeneration, but it's not the end-all be-all on regeneration either, particularly if you're building like a Eurost. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that there's enough champions that power up by defense that defense is still worth looking at. And even if they're ignoring defense, having a high defense doesn't suck. And particularly for PvE, there's so many PvE things where they don't ignore defense, where the defense is super good. So, in fact, that's often a problem that you'll find. You'll find a lot of people will build HP only survival champions in PvE, and then they die because their defense is so low. Those are both usable. And then I don't like attack percent gloves in regeneration. I don't like attack percent gloves in general, but I don't like them in regeneration. So accuracy and regeneration, not bad. HP, good. HP, good. Speed. Is any of this going to be worth keeping? Some of these are decent, and you're not hurting for room at the moment, and so I'd rather get close to trimming. Rhino, do you have a lot of bolster gear by any chance? I did not look. Because if you have a lot of bolster gear, shield gear can almost just go. Didn't actually. Did I? That's not worth keeping. It's okay. Almost none. Okay, then your shield. Then I won't get rid of your shield gear, because every once in a while it's nice to have something that we can put a shield on. But yeah, basically once you get bolster gear, shield gear just kind of becomes useless because you either want bolster gives you the regeneration. Yep, no worries, dude. Not judging. But basically, bolster is so much better because of that extra regeneration, in addition to the shield being good, that it's just, there's not a big reason to keep a ton of shield gear if you have some bolster. And if you don't, then yeah, shield gear is great. That's not a great piece, though. Or can be good, I should say, not great. All right, I'm not going to worry about your Relentless right now. Basically, if it's not a nuking stat, that's possibly usable. Possibly. I would think about selling this on my account just because I need the speed and other crit stats. But, that's not a bad reroll either. That's not good. No. Maybe. That's not bad. That can go away unless that's a reroll. That's been reworked already. That's a sell. All right, now here's the other thing too. Well, you know what? It's nice to have a lot of extra savage, so that's not great. That can go away. Well, maybe. Not a big fan of that. Okay, let's see here. That been reworked yet? That has not been reworked. Let's see if this is going to be worth keeping. No. This one also not a bad rework. There we go. Much better. All right. Stun gear needs speed because if you're going slow, you're not stunning people. So for the most part, if it doesn't have speed, it's crap. And we will sell it. Also, if it's not Scottish, it's crap. If anyone knows that reference, you're old like me. All right, you're not dying for room, so the toxic is fine. Provoke is going to be like cursed. You're going to want speed and or accuracy because you're putting us on support champions that want to go fast, that may want to. Yeah, that could be okay. Actually, you're not going to be building a nuker with provoke gear for the most part. So it doesn't mean it's okay if it doesn't do some damage, but we're looking for very specifically speed and accuracy as much as possible. be. Yeah, I can see you needing that for somebody. I would be tempted. I'm really tempted to sell it, but and none of those have speed. They're not great. Okay, nuking gear only here. That's not. And none of this is worth re-rolling because this is an okay set, but it's not a great set, so it's not worth the expenditure to re-roll. So it either has what you want it or it doesn't. I don't like this. This is no speed, no crit rate, missed on accuracy. You're not going to find a use for that. That's, again, resistance nuking pieces, not what we're looking for. Maybe. Skip stalwart. Reflex gear, you generally are going to want speed in this if you can because you want people going fast and reflexing. You don't have a lot, though, so I'm not going to get too picky on that. You get this daily, so you can be picky on Cruel. Cruel better be a nuking piece because that's what you use Cruel for. That's tolerable, especially in a helmet. If that was a sword or a weapon, I might have said no, but actually, no. Looking at this piece here, which is flat out better than this piece, no, this is not keepable. And that's why you look at all these things, because sometimes you can find a piece that actually just is, you know, I've got multiple pieces that are better than that piece. At some point in time, it's not worth keeping it around because I'm not going to use it. Because when it's your 6th or 7th best piece in a set on a particular type, then you're not going to use them. Because you're not going to be building so many nukers that you're going to be at your 7th best Cruel piece in a particular gear slot, because it's just not the way the building works. You need to be building like 40 nukers at the same time for that to really be an issue. No resistance, accuracy's okay. Immortal, we're generally just like regeneration, wants speed and support stats, but nuking stats don't suck because it does have the plus 15% HP. So building an HP nuker in Immortal gives it a little extra survivability. Not the worst thing in the world. On the other hand, this is just missing the point. Okay, that's got double hit resistance, not worth keeping. So much nuking. That's not worth keeping. We've got better 6-star stuff. That's decent. Yeah, this is the problem I find with Immortal. It's so many Immortal nuking things. Yeah, you'll find a better set for them, because honestly, a Cruel piece would be better overall, because you get the 15% extra attack out of the Cruel, and then you get some ignore defense. Hey, DK, how you doing? That's not really worth keeping. Don't like that piece. And here's the other thing, too. Crit stats and resistance don't mix very well. So the fact that this hit a bunch of crit damage, it doesn't have crit rate. You've got ones that have crit rate that are better than this piece up here. And it's got resistance. It's just not a great piece. I did not realize that DK Tanjo is a streamer, but I will make sure that I follow the dude because, give some love to the fellow streamers. How you doing? Okay. The other thing to think of, too, is weapons you can be a little pickier with because they tend to roll attack stats because you can't roll defense on the weapons. So you're gonna get better weapons than you might helms, for example. That's a good for this set. That's good. Good. Those are pretty good. So you know a fellow raid streamer? Or you stream other stuff? No judgment. I mean, we're playing raid, you know. It's not bad. I don't like this. That's got rate and speed. I wouldn't roll up any more nuking stuff, so that the fact that that's unrolled is fine. You could probably start getting rid of your 5 stars as well eventually, but you've got enough room right now where it's not a major problem. But I would start trimming your 5 star. Definitely do not keep or roll up any more 5 star, honestly, on almost anything at this point. But definitely on Cruel and Immortal, because you just got so much of it. All right. I think I've seen so much other better gear in other sets. We don't need to keep that stuff anymore. Maybe the crit damage gloves, because I don't know where you're at with that. We've done that already. Okay, we're going to get rid of anything 5 star in this set because you can make this set so easily and it just doesn't have a good place in the game anymore because it just doesn't. You can forge so much of this stuff. There's no reason to stand, especially in the top pieces, to settle for 5 star gear. So that's an easy fix. And then we're generally looking for support gear. The nuking stuff doesn't suck, but we're looking for support gear because this is going to be filler support gear for people. But you want the best of the best in resilience because otherwise resilience is just not a great set. That's not worth keeping. I actually don't like this piece either. That's not bad. Maybe. No. Honestly, without speed, it's just going to be hard to use some of this stuff. So, and that's 5 star. That doesn't need to stay. And that's overall what you kind of want to be looking for stuff as well. It's one thing to look at a piece you rolled and say, is there a champ I might use this on eventually? But it's another thing to look at a champ. It's another thing to actually look at this and say, am I going to be using this on a champ soon? And if you have a weird piece where it's like, I might be able to use that as an exception on like a bomb champion or something like that, but you don't have a bomb champion you're building it on, it's probably not worth keeping because you're talking about such a weird exception of a champion. Why would you really, hinder yourself and lock yourself into that? So let's just keep on going back through this stuff. So far, that's not good. That could be okay. Fine. No. And specifically, crit damage without crit rate and with resistance, just not a great mix. because crit damage and resistance are pretty much the antithesis of each other. Resistance is good in this set. Although resistance, you'll generally want speed. Yeah, you got two better resistance pieces in this set. Attack percentage is not good in this set, so there's no reason to keep an attack percent. That's a bad attack percent piece. That's actually a pretty decent piece. This I would probably pass on. You have better crit damage gloves. We won't keep the 5-star because we'll be picky about that. That's at least the right set. And then for perception, and I think we're probably down to be fine with where you're at. But for perception, probably start not keeping the 5-stars at all. You can keep the stuff you've got rolled. Perception's just so good. But if it doesn't have accuracy or speed, it is absolutely not worth keeping in most cases. This at least is crit damage, crit rate, and HP percent. If this rolls nuking stats, it could be good. If it misses nuking stats, it's probably not. For example, just roll this up to plus 12. If this goes all to HP, it didn't. So that's actually really good then. This, on the other hand, is not. That's got accuracy at least. We're just going to look at the stuff that you got unrolled to see if any of this is decent or not. Like, this isn't great, but if it rolls accuracy, it could be interesting. And then, yeah, I just wouldn't bother rolling the 5-star stuff anymore. Perfect. Yeah, that would be so great. So protection is a speed set. So protection generally requires speed. And the reason for that is not only you get the speed boosts with this, which make it one of the faster sets in the game, so it's a great speed set, but if you're talking about buffs that are going to give people extra damage, if you get the 9-piece set, you want them going fast to constantly get those buffs out there. So generally you're going to be looking for, and some of these like are not bad. This could be a reroll, it's not bad. This could be an okay reroll. It's got some accuracy. It's not bad, but that's actually no. That's probably not a great piece. This I probably wouldn't keep because we don't have a lot of this is too mixed. This is at least worth re-rolling, possibly. That's got speed, got speed, got speed, doesn't have speed, got speed. And I probably would stop keeping the 5-piece of this stuff eventually as well, depending on what I don't know what level of Hydra you're doing, but I would probably slow down on keeping 5-star and below Hydra pieces too, just kind of where you're at, unless you're still just breaking into like hard. But if you're hitting, and to be fair, given how much silver you have and what some of the pieces I've seen on here, if you're moving into doing brutal and nightmare, just keep the 6-star pieces for the most part. That could be a good reroll. That's got speed. But just because you can do Hydra every week and you get a lot of this gear, it's kind of not, it's not that hard at this point in time to just be starting to be super picky with this stuff, especially once you get a bunch of it, and just not keep some of the stuff that's not great. Ah, well, Rhino, if you want a clan that actually is hitting Nightmare Hydra, you can let me know. I've got room in Kittens. We actually could use somebody that can hit Nightmare Hydra because we've just gotten to it and we don't have a lot of people hitting it yet, but we could certainly use, um, use the assistance. And it's a nice casual clan. But if you like your clan, I'm not trying to poach you. Just figured I'd offer. And it's a little too late in the day to leave anyway. I'd leave tomorrow or leave after doing Hydra. Yeah, I mean, Nightmare is a bit of a step up from Hard, but it's also, okay, crit damage, I'm always making an exception for sometimes. Doesn't have speed, doesn't have speed. Well, then don't tell Darksword who just moved into Ashes. Yeah, at some point in time, I may have another person that's ready to move up to Ashes at some point, too. I have to talk with Ramses about it. He's been capable of hitting Nightmare and was asking whether or not he should not hit Nightmare and hit something else to help us clear stuff. And I'm like, that feels bad when people are asking that. So I asked him if he wanted to move up, and I haven't had an answer yet from him, so I should push him for that. Okay, to be fair, that's actually a really good attack piece, so we'll hold on to that. Resistance nukage, no. Maybe. Boots are always weird, because if you need a nuker boot, sometimes you can live without speed. Not that that's the set you're going to be using most of the time, but sometimes you can. Yeah, I'll talk with him. Definitely after Siege. It's Siege next week, not CVC. Because we had CVC this week. All right, so that is 350 pieces cleared from here, so I think we are good to go from here. Stone Skin's always a pain in the ass. I would try to stop we're saving some of the 5-star Stone Skin as well. Stone Skin, you don't mind speed. It doesn't need a speed as badly as like Perception, but you're looking for targeted stats. So you're looking for Stone Skin that's either got all the nuking stats, so crit rate, crit damage, that sort of stuff, or you're looking for the speed and accuracy and or maybe HP. HP percent's a little more important in Stone Skin because that helps the Stone Skin be stronger as well. So, alrighty. This may be easy, actually. Okay, first off, we're going to take a look at... No, that's not what I want. Okay. There is no reason to keep 5-star amulets of any kind of the standard varieties. The special varieties, yes, because they're special. But the standard ones, no. There's just no reason to keep 5-star amulets. Even mythicals. That's an easy. Honestly, we could probably argue rings as well. Because if you're going to go with a standard ring, you want all the stats you can get. And if you're going with a special ring, you can give up for the 5 stars. Even for a mythical, you're better off with a 5-star regular ring most of the time. But yeah, Rhino, I'd certainly love to have you in our clan if you are interested in it at all. And if you are not, just let me know and I'll stop asking. But we would love to have you in Kittens. If you are interested in hitting Nightmare Hydra and can't do it, because we can hit Nightmare Hydra without a problem in our clan. We just aren't hitting it yet because it's like my account and one other account can actually hit it and do damage. I will take a look in a minute, but like he did like 80 million on Nightmare this time, for example. And to be fair, he may not want to move up for other reasons too, because there's plenty of people that like how chill Kittens is. So, alrighty, might be able to do that with banners too, actually, because I think. Let's just look at your banners. How many? Oh, you've got plenty of standard banners. Okay. Do you mind me just ripping off the band-aid on all your 5-star banners too? Because I think that probably is not a bad option. I don't like cleansing either. Perfect. Okay. Cleansings, not that cleansings are bad, but cleansing's like the least useful special banner of any kind. So I only keep 6-star cleansing if I keep it. And in fact, on my own account, I think I'm not keeping it anymore because I just don't find a use for it. Unless it's amazing piece. Nope, that's stone skin. That's not stone skin. All right, so that is good. All right, so what are we at now with... All right, so we got almost 100 rooms, so let's go grab what we can from here. Um, I think if I was building him in arena, I would think about building him in stone skin versus building him in um protection 9-piece. Couldn't quite do it. And but I think you could probably get away with 1-piece stone skin just because he takes an extra turn on his first turn anyway if he's not reviving people, which means he'll burn through 2-piece stone skin really quickly. But a 2-piece stone skin is not the worst thing either. I could actually see him doing well in 5-piece protection, 4-piece stone skin would be kind of fun. Is that any good? That's not bad. That's two. Two. All right. Getting some work done. There we go. Almost clear. All right, now we got to start getting picky with. Well, first of all, let's check this. This could be really easy. Okay, no reason to keep standard attack amulets anymore because if you're getting an attack amulet for a bomber, you probably want something special, particularly because feral. If you have a feral attack banner, this already has 40 accuracy on it just by existing. So Pinpoint would have would have some accuracy built into it already, but also has all the other bonuses too. What you thinking about, Kylie? See you. Cat trying to get in trouble. Okay, so can we get the last of these out? Yay. Alrighty. So now all right, so that's not worth keeping. That's got some defense and HP percent. That's not bad. Could be okay. Could be okay. Could be okay. Not great. Could be okay. Yeah, we're going to get rid of those two as well. That doesn't have HP percent. Basically, if a ring should have defense percent and HP percent if it's an HP ring, just because you're looking for generally stats like that. And this has hit a flat attack, not worth keeping. This has hit some icky stuff, not worth keeping. That's hit defense, not worth keeping. That's hit attack, and that's not the right set. Missed that 5-star, that's fine. Undead can keep attack percent and HP because Rhodos. Which sounds like, oh, I'm making a very specific exemption, but Rhodos is such a powerful champion. If you pull a Rhodos, you want gear for him. And to be fair, Husk can use that ring fairly well too. That doesn't need to be kept. That doesn't need to be kept. Definitely need to roll up some of these rings at some point, but we're doing okay. That can get thrown away. That's not that great either. Both of those can go away. And what I recommend doing for some of these rings and other stuff is when you do your daily roll up gear, roll up an accessory and like roll up something either like if you have pinpoint gear with speed, that's good. That's worth rolling it up. So pinpoint gear with speed, banners, those are good ones to roll up. Otherwise, roll up like a ring, pick a ring on somebody, roll it up to like plus 12 and see if you get the stats you want. And if you don't, just sell it, especially the regular ones. That way you're not keeping some of this stuff on, hoping you might roll well, because this is okay, but not great. This one here, on the other hand, actually could be really good. But if I rolled this to plus 12 and I hit attack, and defense flat, it's a sell. And then on top of that, when you do it, it should be at least one roll into the stat, preferably two. For HP, you can tolerate defense percent. So if you get a triple defense percent in an HP one, then that's okay, but there's no HP percent on this, so I wouldn't bother keeping this one. This one's not worth keeping either because you've got double attack. If this was a 1 HP and 2 defense, this would be an absolute keeper because that'd be good ring. But you don't need the defense percent and attack percent in a HP ring. Like this is fine. I would prefer to have hit HP, but this is this is fine. This is a usable ring. So this is fine. On the other hand, if I had better HP rings, I might still sell this one just to keep stuff that has HP in it if I had regular rings that had it. But since you don't have others rolled up yet, it's not worth it. Like this, on the other hand, you've got 1 hit in defense, but 2 in flat attack. No, this is pushing not usable. Although you don't have a lot of those rings, so maybe that's not bad. Hey, Cad Consistency, welcome. How you doing? Appreciate the raid. Fellow Raid Shadow Legend streamer. Folks, give him a follow if you get a chance. Go check him out. We love supporting other Raid content creators. How are you doing, my friend? Give you a follow right there. Appreciate the raid. Welcome, Raiders. I am Bront Catherder. We are doing a takeover for AV Rhino where we are doing a gear cleanse for him. So, all right. So that's the HP. Defense is the other one. And defense, again, you want HP on it as well if you can. Defense and attack mix even worse than HP and attack. So, like, this is tolerable, not great. This is a really good ring, though. In fact, that's such a good ring, I'm going to sell this one because you don't use a lot of things, and you really want HP percent on defense rings. So there we go. And I'm just going to get rid of the rares because at some point in time, it's not worth keeping potential if you don't need it. This is not great, so that's a sell, especially considering you've got better. That's a good defense ring. That's a tolerable defense ring. You know, you've actually got a couple of good ones, so we're just going to sell those. Not good. Not good. That's okay, because that's got mythical stuff. That's okay, because that's got mythical stuff, too. Okay, because it got mythical. Not what you're looking for. There we go. And I know this feels tedious to do these cleanses like this. And unfortunately, it's the best way to do them for the most part now because we're looking specifically at this stuff. But this stuff, doing these cleanses improves your gear because it gets the bad stuff out so you can make room for better gear to roll it up. And it also gives you silver to roll up the actual gear. So, and definitely, Rhino, invest in rolling up all the rest of your gear. You should have almost all of your regular gear rolled up, and you probably should have any other non gear roll or non. You start getting some of these accessories rolled up too. That's tolerable. That's tolerable. Tolerable. This is fine. I mean, this is not great. You'd prefer to hit defense percent, but you've got a bunch of HP, which means this is still a tanky ring, which means you're building a tanky champion. This is still fine. So, and that's really kind of what you're looking for. You want to make sure it's fine for the champions that you might use it with. And defense is sometimes especially for a tank champion, you might say defense or HP ring, and you want defense percent and HP percent because you want all the stats. So having some crossover with defense and HP doesn't suck. Attack, on the other hand, if you're building a non-nuking champion, you don't need the attack. This is not worth keeping. You've already hit 2 bad stats on that, so. Whereas this at least has got double hit in HP, so not bad. That's got triple hit in defense. That's good. That's got some usable stuff. So, yeah, not bad. And we're just selling the rare stuff because we can. That's could be better. That's good. Yeah. Okay, you've got a bunch of extra other stuff. That's fine. So awesome. That can get sold. That's not bad. That is kind of gross. That's not bad. Bad. 5-star. Yeah, and then where are we at with pieces? So we could do a little more. And then attack, we're basically looking for attack rolls because if it doesn't have an attack roll, it's not going to be helpful for an attack champion. Like, that's just gross. No. Maybe. like that better than that. Yep. And for basically for attack, we're looking for attack, period. If it doesn't hit attack in a couple of rolls, it's not worth keeping. And then the secondary one for attack percent is HP percent after that. This is a late game, very late game account. So we're basically selling a lot of almost all the 5-star pieces at this point in time. And we're being super picky with this stuff. Obviously, when you're earlier game, you could be a little less picky with this stuff because you're just kind of trying to put rings on people in the first place. But at some point in time, you need to focus on what stats you want on the pieces you're looking at. Because that's how you advance in the game. But you got to kind of get it first, so totally understand if you're not there yet. And basically, on a nuker, HP is better than defense as a secondary option just because it is. Mostly because in Arena, you have a bunch of ignore defense anyway, and HP tends to be slightly better of a defense stat, and most nukers tend to have better HP than they do defense. So, but not always. That's gross. If this had HP percent, I might have thought about keeping it, but it's flat HP, flat defense? No. And if you have to pick over defense percent or attack percent as a secondary, yeah, you're going with the attack percent. So you got a bunch of rings here. They're very similar. You should be able to roll up. These two had defense percent with no HP. They were easy to sell. So consistency, where are you at with the game? How are you? How long have you been streaming? There we go. And then banners. I've already cleaned out the attack banners. Basically, what we're going to do here, let's see how this works. Basically, if they are HP or defense based, generally attack and crit damage are not great. And if they have attack and crit damage, yep, no worries. Well, welcome to the community. It's an awesome, awesome community. Lots of folks love helping people out. And Raid's a fun game. So welcome. So basically, HP and defense don't mix with attack because generally you don't. Oftentimes, defense and HP champions don't need the extra attack because they don't get anything out of it. And support champions don't need to do a lot of extra damage. They don't need the attack substats in these HP or defense amulets. And that's taking the place of other stats. So for the epic stuff, if it's got crit damage and attack, it's an easy instant sell as far as I'm concerned, if you haven't rolled it up already. If you've rolled it up, then that's fine. But we're just looking for some of the easy cleanses at this point, because I want to speed through this if we can. And obviously this is different for the... Like, this rolled both of them, so that's even worse. That's a triple crit damage roll. That's not great. And you're not auring regular amulets. You're just not. So that helps quite a bit. Where are we with crit damage? Well, we don't want crit damage subs. Where are we with crit damage amulets? Okay. You got a couple rolled up. There's no reason to roll up. If you got billions of them rolled up, there's not a reason to roll up a lot more. That doesn't have attack, so that's fine. Those are rolled up. Got too many of them. You got a bunch of these here. And resistance is kind of what you really don't want on crit damage. But it's not quite worth filtering out entirely. That can go away. That can go away. All right. Now this is where I wish I could sort this stuff. Actually, I can. Actually, I can't. Yes, I can. I just have to go the other direction. If it doesn't have speed, banners are not that great. So you're going to be very picky with some of these banners that don't have speed. Oh, no worries. I just said that welcome to the streaming raid. The raid community is awesome. Lots of support. And, you know, welcome to the stream. So I'll have to make sure I check you out at some point in time if I spot you online. And raid community is very supportive. I mean, I wouldn't be where I'm at right now without the raid community. I started streaming back when I couldn't talk, which was a lot of fun. All right. Don't like that. Don't really like that one. Yeah, cancer. Well, cancer is actually cured because it was thyroid cancer. So they were able to remove it. And the vocal cord, I have a vocal cord implant that lets me talk now. I think we were just going to get rid of banners that don't have speed that are rare at the moment. Yeah, they really do need to add a knot filter. I put a video out on that at one point. It would really, really help a lot. So where are we at? Okay. How's this feel, Rhino? Does this feel like you got enough room now? I could certainly try to trim banners a little more, but then we're going to start getting rough, and banners can be pretty tricky too. Um, but I would probably stop keeping regular banners that don't have speed from now on as you try to get stuff, because you pretty much need. Awesome. Glad to hear it. So, all right. Well, appreciate you hiring me to do some cleansing, and appreciate you letting me stream it as well. Hopefully that helps you kind of get some ideas on what you can do for your cleanse as well. Hopefully that helps everyone else too. So I am off. I'm going to close that ticket unless how should you build Marius? I can take a look at that. Do you have Marius? You have the horse. Well, let's take a look at here. That's not bad. Fitting room. That's nice. That's nice. Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. Let's see what you got equipped to. Okay, we need to, ooh, that. Maybe what we go with. We try to get lethal to work. Otherwise, oh, this is not horrible. If we can get him in. Let's see what we can do. Had to hit resistance. Annoying. Come on, speed. That's usable at least. Okay, that's good, because that means I can now go. That's really tempting. That's not bad, but that's really tempting as well. That gives me, oh, it gives me extra attack. I don't need the extra attack. He doesn't have masteries yet, does he? He has masteries? Oh, yes, he does. He's got the crit rate of 20%. Okay. Okay. So that means I need to get him to 100% crit rate. see something. Have any lethal other? That's just speed with crit. You already got it on. Okay. That gets me the crit rate I need to lose some speed. I'd rather not lose that much speed if I don't have to. Maybe we'll get lucky. No. I think that's what we're going to need to do. And I couldn't get him in 5-piece perception. Hey, Rictor. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Detroit boy. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we might have to go with a Slayer as another option too, because that is going to be super tempting. So that's we're losing a ton of accuracy though, and we need accuracy from Marius. I think this is better. No, we're going to get some extra accuracy by rolling this up. So there's that. And as a Bears fan, I can say congratulations on the Lions. They're doing pretty awesome so far. Hey, there's the mastery I was looking for. So awesome. So we can actually take a look at other options. Yeah, that's a big sway in the accuracy, and we need the accuracy for arena if we can. We lose a little bit of damage. But I still, and I gain a little speed, though. I think that's still worth it. We get crit damage or accuracy. That's the worst one we could have gotten. So this is probably what I would do right now. I would love to have gotten him in 4-piece pinpoint because this intercept stack would have been super useful. But basically, otherwise, we're using these pieces to get additional speed and everything else. So I think this is a good build. Do you want me to put him on? Or do you want me to hold off because I'm stealing from your cold heart? Please. Awesome. Do you want to use the free gear removal or no? All depends on how many of them you have. This is the only thing we're... Yeah, no, that's what I thought. So this is the only thing we're putting on, so it shouldn't be a problem. Masteries. What do you got here? Come on. All right. Master Hexer is nice. Yeah, Sniper's good. Cycle of Magic is good. Lore of Steel wouldn't be too bad, but I get why you don't necessarily do that. Whirlwind of Death is okay. I think I'd rather do either Arcane Celerity or Life Drinker personally, but it's not bad. For Hydra, I think that Heart of Glory is pretty good. For Arena, the Exalted in Death may not be the bad option because it does heal him a little bit. But yeah, for the most part, these are great. This is pretty much what I did for mine. I've actually got a video coming out on Monday on him, so hopefully you get a chance to check that out too. But it's probably what I'm going to be doing tonight too, is making the thumbnail for that. But the others, these are great. I wouldn't worry about redoing them either. I think I'd probably go Life Drinker or Arcane Celerity rather than Whirlwind of Death, but I don't think Whirlwind of Death is that bad. The big problem you're going to have with him right now is that he doesn't have a lot of crit damage, and you're going to need to ascend some of this stuff to get him a lot more crit damage. But overall, I think he's still in good shape for you overall. So there you go. You have one horse built and a bunch of room. Yeah, he definitely does need to oil him. So remember to oil your horse down. No worries, dude. You have a wonderful, wonderful day. And just looking here, as I think I showed you this earlier, but I don't know if you were around or not. But if we take a look at my Marius, I've got mine in 4-piece lethal and 4-piece pinpoint with a refresh accessory. And my stats aren't too horribly off where you're at. The accuracy is almost identical. I'm not sure about Nell Black Death, but that should be a solid clan boss team, possibly. Yeah. It's something. It'll do decent. Definitely going to need to have more defense based or healing, but I would recommend looking for an ally protector. I don't know if Nell is a ally protector or not, but that's not too bad singing. And then, as I mentioned, the masteries, I said very similar to what you did, except for I went Life Drinker over here. Yeah, you see, I've actually found that I struggle with the strip sometimes in arena, but I'm like ultra high end classic gold 5, or I'm in gold 3 in live. So I find I don't strip with that much. I actually regularly will miss a strip with even with the increased accuracy having under 400 accuracy. But I don't think Rhino is going to have that problem because he's not that high up in arena either. Hey, no worries. Um, if you've got one, my absolute favorite clan boss champion is not in this faction. He's in this faction. My absolute favorite progression clan boss champion in the game is Taragi the Frog. And this ally protection is huge. And he gets a chunky heal out of it as well. And ally protect will keep everyone alive. And then as a passive, he gets poisons out against the clan boss passively. So he does some decent damage. Plus he brings the decrease attack. So if you got a Taragi the Frog for clan boss, I would absolutely build a Taragi in clan boss because I think he will help you a ton. Yeah, and to be fair, if your horse isn't as good as my horse, that's fine. Venom Mage is not a bad option either, Sing. Good for, because you get damage reduction out of a Venom Mage. It always depends on where you're at. If you're high up, some of the teams can be pretty rough, but my account's missing a little bit of speed too at some point, so. But it has been a wonderful stream. It has been a little longer than normal, because usually I end about an hour ago. But oh, that's right. It says it's been live only for 4.5 hours because I had to restart it at some point in time. But appreciate you guys. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Much, much love, everyone. Why do I still have that up? I shouldn't have that goal up. Shame on me. But good to see you all. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for following. Thanks for subs. Thanks for all that fun stuff. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Much, much love. Much appreciated, guys. Let us go raid. Who are we going to raid? Let's go raid Pogo. Pogo is always a fun guy to raid. So let's go check him out. Up. Actually, let's go with Big Cutes. Because I think he's a newer streamer, so let's give him some love. So, bye, Mr. Nacho. So go give him some love. Newer streamer, only got one guy watching at the moment. Probably could use some help and some follows. Go check him out, give him some love, and I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.